Hi guys, do I sound okay? Is everything good? Good to see you guys again. I had the worst last 20 minutes of my entire life streaming. Everything that could go wrong went wrong. I was talking to Stray, like literally text messaging him, like, oh my god, Steam won't work. Oh my god, Discord's failing. Oh my god, my computer won't load anything. Oh my god, everything in my set's crashing. Oh my god, my dog's going crazy. Like, it just went down the list of like, it never fails. I give myself 2 hours to prep for stream, and every time I'm still crunching down to like the last minutes, I'm like, okay, I'll have like 40 minutes to like modify my. I've been trying to modify my layout for the last like week and a half, and every time before stream, crunching down the numbers, something goes wrong, and I'm like, I got 5 minutes. Like, I cannot. And everyone's like, well, do it on your off days. And I'm like, okay. And then my off days, just like as soon as I wake up, the first moment I wake up, it's just like bubbles up with tasks. And it's like, oh my God, what is happening to my life? What is happening? So I'm just glad to be here right now. I'm glad that, like, I'm 2 minutes late. That's okay. But oh man, am I recording? No, I am recording. So no, meant like I don't hit the button to record because then I'll stop recording. Okay. Oh, hello everybody. Last night I was able to clean my airbrush, but I decided not to coat my orcs yet as much as I want to. As much as I want to so bad. Um, because I thought, like, man, I'm just gonna have to clean my airbrush 2 or 3 more times if I go through the orcs I have started painted and just spray paint them. Like, let's hold the horses. Let's get through my next 4 orcs. Right? We got 5 of the models pretty much up to snuff. Um, and I figured, why don't I do it once my 9 models are all taken care of. So like that's kind of my plan. I think that's me thinking smart DJ a little bit, maybe. Um, and that's the route I'm gonna go. I don't even have another drink. I just have water today. I've noticed for the last 5 streams, I've kept like a Gatorade just to like have like a sip of different flavor. Doesn't matter. I'm always going towards water, so best off that way. But let's get right into crafting. I might have my camera set up weird, so you might have a double up of my face. Let's see. Double face. Double face. Here we go. Boom. There we go. All right, so the other night, I think what was it? Saturday night. I actually started I put together my 2 last Ork boys that I have not put together in the kit yet. And it's these guys. Now, I didn't go through a crafting putting together. We'll have hours and hours and hours of you seeing me put together models. I'm not worried about you guys missing this. Plus, it's a very long, boring process. What I do want to show is how I treat seams. Because I think that was a little bit important. So around and it never fails with these push to fit guys, around the butt, you see that shiny bit, that's where a seam was. It was like the worst placement of a seam, and I think this guy has very similar, where, yeah, he's got a seam there. He had a seam over that. He has a seam like in his trap, in his trapezius dorsi or something. I forget. And then there was like a really ugly seam here and on the sides here. And what I do want to show before we get into painting is like what I use for that, I've shown these on streams. I usually buy a bulk of Tamiya extra thin cement. It's some of the best plastic cement. Um, but I do a hot take with it, a little bit of a different method with it, and that's all like plastic dust from all my working stuff. Don't worry about that. I do the gray goop method, which I actually need to thin this down. And what you do is you take one of these bottles and you take some of your extra sprue and you throw it in there, and it will melt down into like this sludge. And you have to get a consistency you like, and that really depends person to person. There's no right or wrong way. This is slightly itty bitty thicker than I like it to be, and it smells awful. Uh, but what I do is when I get a seam, I literally glob it on. I have to try to be as precise as I can, but once you glob it on and give it like a day to cure, I basically do the same method I clean mold lines with, and I'll scrape along the edge until this smoothens out. So I don't rely on any model filler. I don't rely on... I used to try to use that, like, horrible liquid green stuff that GW came out. I still have 3 pots of it. Horrible stuff. I hate that. I hate that crap. But I basically sculpt and carve back. Now, even the cured gray goop that I have made, it's slightly softer than actual plastic. Where's my cleanup brush? Why are you over here? I did put you there, obviously, but I don't remember putting you there. So now you have like a very smooth transition. I wish I could have shown you a before and after of what those seams look like, but you will see future stuff in it. But I even put a little bit of thin cement, not gray goop, in this seam to kind of make a smooth transition there. Now, one thing I'll do that's kind of cool and tricky, here's like my hot take, is like doing that with the gray goop is kind of that's typical of gray goop usage. I use gray goop for all my gluing purposes. So what I do is, like, when I try to make a connection, is I put gray goop sometimes just on one side. If I really think something's going to be a bad seam or a hard connection, I'll do both sides, and I squitch it together, and it will like kind of peanut butter and jelly out the seams, and I allow that to happen. And what I'll do a lot of the times is I'll take my extra thin cement, I'll wipe off a lot of the excess, and I use that brush with that little bit of thin cement to sculpt and smooth over, almost like spackling or grouting tile, and I'll try to smooth that out and kind of like sculpt it in and get it nice. And then the thin cement, what's really good about that is it gets into all the seams. You get like this smooth transition. So like I did that already for the like the bicep area, and it just makes it look like it was always supposed to be like that, like it's one solid piece. Lo and behold, you don't know that this whole model is hollow inside. A lot of like these push to fit monopose models are hollow inside. Those who don't put together miniatures or whatever, yeah. So like you'd think it just was one piece, and that's the point. When you get into painting, you don't want it to have mold lines and seams. You don't want it to look like it was manufactured, in a factory, and that's the whole purpose. So there's a lot of spots here that have that shiny bit that kind of like spill over, and it does leave a texture. You don't want to leave that just the way it is, because when you go to prime and paint it, it will show up. If you're working with like any types of shades, dry brushing, glazing, that will be a texture that does show up. Um, and so let's get around the butt. For some reason, GW and all their wisdom decided for all the orcs they want the seam. The seam isn't even at the butt crack. That would make sense. I could even deal with that. But they take like half a cheek, half an orc butt cheek, and they just decide that's where the seam will go. Because that makes sense. And anyone who doesn't have the materials for seam and gap filling are just fucked. Like, it's insane. So yeah, that's I don't agree with how they did that. This is probably the worst gap filling I've had on. Well, not gap filling. It's not a huge gap. It's just a bad seam. It doesn't even make sense of like stitching or how orc pants would be like put on. I've even seen GW. This is what doesn't make sense. Is you've seen GW have, and maybe on one of these particular orcs it does work that way, but I don't see if that's a seam. But I've seen them like weave a seam even between these stitches, so it really hides, and I'm like, that's brilliant. Why did you actively make the choice? I would love to talk to whoever designed this or the CEO that decided that was a good idea, because I'm like, I want to be like, how much ketamine did you take that made that decision? Because, bro, dumb, dumb, stupid, dumb. Like, literally, you're getting paid the big bucks to actively make. Oh, I mean, it is Games Workshop, so I'm never gonna get a sponsor or free stuff from them. I bash them so much, but like, literally, they need to like, they need to like, they need help. they need help a lot of morally and with their designs. Like, their miniatures are beautiful, but this is also like one of my first streams. I was like, but they're not like put on the top of the pedestal better than any miniature made in the world. And a lot of people treat them like that. And it's like, I've seen independent miniature makers like make STLs that could dance circles around GW. Like, calm down. Calm down. Especially because like they went for the. Now, what I'm doing is I saw a little gap and I'm actually filling it with a little bit more Tamiya glue. I don't want holes and gaps. This guy was not the greatest when it came to gaps and hole filling, and I don't want that showing up when I paint. But yeah, I don't know. I don't put GW on a pedestal like everyone else does. I've been around the block to know that they've made active decisions to make kit bashing harder, and they aren't very. They're about making money, not about appeasing their their customers or their fans. There we go. I'm having a little bit of issues with focusing as well. So typical. This is the day where heads up, things might go tragically wrong in this stream. But I'm just gonna push through it. It doesn't help because I took some Red Bull, as I usually do, and it makes me very anxious. But it also helps me gab for 4 hours, so like, it's kind of like a catch 22. Really, really bad double-edged sword. It also makes me really depressed. Like the when I come down the crash, I get really like, and it's not even the immediate crash, but like the next day, I'll feel like such poop, and my head space is all like gunky. So I think I gotta switch to uptime. It's a little bit, it doesn't have a lot of crap in it, and it's like a cleaner, like caffeine feeling or caffeinated feeling, and I think I'm just gonna have to like invest in getting some uptime. I have to carve away a lot of this. So yeah, this is, I did say I was gonna start with painting, and I am. Most of the stream is gonna be painting miniatures. I just kind of wanted to show a little bit of what I go through cleaning a miniature, because we've done a lot of painting already. I don't think I've done a single like plastic prep before the paint. And when I get on YouTube, which I think my first VOD actually expires or expired already today, and I have to start archiving my videos on YouTube. I will be doing full-fledged tutorials on, you know, beginners getting into the hobby, how you clean a miniature, how you make for a beginner, like the simple stuff you need. Because if they're already buying glue, get the Tamiya glue. And then you have the sprue if you have the miniature. Throw some sprue in there. Give it a day, you know. You want to like prep this and give it a day. And literally, with an X-Acto knife, $12 diamond files from Harbor Freight. I love these. My late stepfather gave me a whole pack of them. I'll show you the ones I have. Oop, all my sister battle are on top of them, actually. Oh, this is a mess. Oh, hey, my needle tool. Oh, how great. Come on. Sisters. Sisters, I know. They're protecting them. So, I get this package, or I got this package from Harbor Freight, Diamond Grit Needle File Set. Amazing. I think they're only like between $12 and $20. I've had these for years. I've used other stuff like this for years. A file set. Awesome. I used to only clean files with a file set instead of an X-Acto knife. And that was to my own detriment. It is faster to use an X-Acto knife. It took me a while to figure out how to scrape with the back of the knife. And even though I watched tutorials and tutorials and tutorials of it, I never, like, got it. It's like the same thing of when you're getting into painting. No one ever tells you how to use a brush, really. No one ever tells you, like, how gingerly to, like, barely touch the model with your brush. How much to load up your brush. It's like some of them do, but it's very... It's kind of like a secret. It's kind of like starting up streaming and no one wants to tell you how to manually input files onto your overlay because they want you to pay for their sponsor. Yeah, I could go on, and I will. You're here for it. I think you're here for it. Maybe you're here for it. I don't know. But yeah, I want to get into the one thing that I've noticed with this hobby is it's very gate kept and not like anyone getting into the hobby is quickly overwhelmed with like showroom quality painters, and it's very discouraging. You don't get into this hobby and being like, I only want to spend like set amount of dollars, and get into it being like, oh man, like, because a lot of the showroom quality guys, they have setups of like thousands of dollars, thousands of dollars worth of equipment that they're showing, and a lot of the time they're like, this is what you need to be a hobby painter. 15 essential things you need to be a hobbyist. And it's like, yeah, when you get there, sure. I want to do almost the opposite. I'm going to be like, the bare minimals you need and that you can get away with for a long time into this hobby. $30 budget kind of situations. X-Acto knife, files, Tamiya glue, and not including whatever miniatures you get, because you could pay $50 for your 5 GW miniatures, or you could be literally 3D printing already or buying them on Etsy's and like, you know, doing the Etsy, 3D printed, or you could be smart and go with North Star Miniatures sponsor and buy 20 dudes for $20. The range is ridiculous. So I want to be like, hey everybody, calm down. You're starting new. You're seeing all this crazy stuff. Let's take a breather, and I'll show you what you can do like at professional levels for very, very little. And I think I need to be there for those people, because I don't see that. I don't see that at all. And it's very scary. It was scary for me getting into it. It's discouraged a lot of my friends getting into it. Oh, because I watch so-and-so on YouTube, and they say, if I don't learn how to wet blend and dry brush, I don't know what I'm doing. And it's like, well, they also don't know how to paint an entire army either. They do display painting. I've even seen the biggest dudes who do showroom quality, winning worldwide, like, Golden Demon Awards, doing that stuff, but they can't paint an army to save their life, even though they have plenty of things that is like, I painted this army. I'm like, yeah, but look at all the steps you skipped. Look at the focus on glazing techniques that you did on 90% of the model. Why are all your pouches just hidden in black primer shadow? That's piss poor. Honestly, that's lazy piss poor. But everyone's praising you, and you got the million subscribers, and you got all the views, and you got all the sponsorships, and you're doing a misconception. And yeah, I have found with even my favorite, who I will name, Ninjon. He's my favorite YouTube miniature YouTubist. Even sometimes he'll paint an army, and he's like, damn, I don't like how this turned out. I'm gonna have to revisit this one day, because he's a showroom quality, but like he's also more humble than the other guys. But I find he admits it, at least. But I've found with all the miniature showroom dudes, they struggle with it. Right now, Zumiko Miniatures, he was going through like I hate army painting, so here's what I'm trying in different styles to see how I can batch paint. And he just recently is like getting kind of that humbling, like, here's what works, here's what didn't, here's how I screwed up, and stuff. And so like it's interesting to see the showroom quality guys admit their faults in that sense, because I find that they are extremely lacking in the knowledge of army painting. Now, DJ, you haven't even painted one army in your entire life. You are right. You're right. I have not successfully painted a full-blown army. You caught me. I'm speaking out of my ass. But I know how. I know how to. I've made plenty of war bands. There's a lot of war bands I've finished. And it's basically essentially the same steps you need to take for the batch painting. I generally have a rule with batch painting, a rule of 10. And so never exceed 10. Right now, I was doing 9, and you saw how I took a step back to do 5. It's because it was a little daunting. So even for your mental burnout, it's good to like do 5, restart, do 5, restart, do 5. A lot of people will be like, okay, I got 120 models. Let's just do all the blue on them. And you can. That's more efficient, but not mentally efficient, I would say. You gotta have like, you gotta really appease the brain. And speaking of appeasing the brain, I do not have music running. There we go. I'm gabbing a lot. Okay. So I'll go back and clean these, or like go over them quickly. I think they're mostly done. I wanted to like kind of just go over that really really quick for y'all. But let's get into painting, right? That's what we're really here for. So I'm moving on from those 5 guys for now. I had 5 guys yesterday at the burger joint. It was yummy. So what I want to focus on is I have 4 models left, and I'll tell you my plans. I will tell them to you. First off, basically, long story short, is out of those 4, I'm not including him. I want to work on him separately. He needs a lot of metallics on him, and I find throwing him into the batch is, it's a lot. So, and he deserves his own like time and attention. So, yeah, we're actually gonna break this apart into a whole separate thing. Since he's my leader, he's a bigger model. That'll be a thing. I was gonna hold off on this guy, but so now I only have 3 models I have to work at. I was gonna like break it down to this. This guy was like kind of a, do I toss him aside right now because I don't really need him? I think I should work on him. And even though this guy's a little bit bigger, I don't think it's enough to sway me from continuing him. So this is our next batch. 3 guys to start, to continue and stuff. That, yeah, I'm making sense. All right, so I got my reference up here. What I want to kind of focus on is this dude, because he's kind of the closest to finish, and I realized I probably didn't want that silver up there, but you know what the hell, I don't, this is like the thing I struggle with, is like making it look like box art, but then like making it also my own. So let's continue him. One thing I did for you guys is la da da da, I put a new parchment paper down just for you guys. How about that? Don't say I never did anything for you guys. So there's I want to focus on this dude a little bit, and then I'm gonna blacken out a lot of this dude's armor that I never did. He's very far behind. I literally just did his skin and then ran. Oh, I mean, when I did the bases, I batch painted the bases, but this guy's almost like at the first phase, which was just get the skin down. Did I name them? Yes, I have named them. Do I know them by heart? I would have to pop up my tabletop simulator. And you guys might actually see a playthrough of us playing tabletop simulator and they're not my exact models, but I do have the names and stuff, and the level up will go between like my real life and digital like side of this. Um, it wouldn't be a stream if I didn't start with a burp, huh? All right, I'm well hydrated for my palate. Let's get a. Let's see, what number do I want? I think I want a 1. Yeah. Let's see. Boom, boom. Ah, in the midst of chaos, I also forgot to replace the water in my cups, but it'll be okay again. Not the worst thing. Alright. I'm so excited to be painting. I overloaded my brush way too much, so here we go. And thank you everyone for always sharing what you guys work on in my stream. It really bolsters me up and motivates me to see that you guys use my stream as almost like an excuse to craft, because that's what I want. What we're trying to do here is get your crafting done. You're cutting out a bit of time to hang out, and if you're at work just tuning in, use it as an excuse to be like, man, now I want to go home, and instead of like sitting in front of the TV, or maybe you are sitting in front of the TV, maybe you're watching something. I do, if I wasn't streaming, I'd be throwing on like something like, I don't know, Game of Thrones or The Expanse or Vikings or something like long-winded that has a lot of episodes that I can just go and like barely pay attention to. Breaking Bad is one I want to like watch again because I love Breaking Bad. And you know, something that has a lot of seasons and a lot of long episodes is kind of the best thing for that. And it's always good to go back to those shows and be like, oh my god, I forgot how this started out. This is like wild. I mean, you could always spam me with your progress images too. Doesn't bother me none. And I have no idea what you just said, Stray, but you touched a brother in the heart. I love that scene. Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. That's like one of the funniest scenes. Alright. How are we doing? This guy doesn't need a whole lot more to do. Ooh, the back of those are metallic. That is interesting. Very interesting. He's the only orc that I know, like, the back of his boots that have, like, this little thing. And you know what? I'm paranoid to actually, like, go back through all the box art and see if, like, any of the other orcs have that. Because I remember wondering, like, do I paint metal on the back of the heels? Like, but I think this is the only orc that did that with his boots. I love this too. I haven't consistently painted this much in my entire life. And I just feel like finally I'm gonna get like a fully painted warband. And I have more stuff. I actually found Gazgul. I found where I put him because I went terrassing through my uh, closet the other day looking for my other orc stuff to like, because I eventually want to show you guys kit bashing, especially kit bashing monopose, because a lot of people think the monopose was the death of kit bashing. It makes it harder, but not impossible. Um, and I will, in future videos that will be coming up probably sooner than later, I think I will only be doing these particular orcs for another stream or two, maybe three. But these guys are almost done. Um, Even though I have that one dude who's like barely tapped, but I kind of plan to have these three brought up to the spray paint phase probably at the end of this. That's like, so that's going to be great. That's like 8 out of 9. What percentage is that? That's like 80, like an 87% of my warband ready for um the next phase. That's going to be cool. I don't know. Maybe I'm also underestimating how much building up the highlight and glazing will be, but I have faith. I have faith that it'll go quicker. Haley doesn't really have makeup. I mean, she does, but like she barely. She's not really a girl who wears like too much makeup. Nor does she need to. Alright. That's upping the. It's up in the brown. I have to do a yellow coverage on this for the wire underneath his missile launcher. Not really looking forward to it. I forgot to get a napkin here. I like to prop it like right there and kind of. I have to do a little bit more red, yellow, metallics. Where am I at? I'm almost like where I need to focus back onto the metallics. So, what was it? I need whites, yellows, and reds. Okay, cool. Let's just pull them out. This is the red I like to use. Here's the white. And the yellow I want to use has to be more of a hazard yellow, so it's not going to be this demonic yellow. I want more of this fiendish yellow, this kind of like hazmat cautionary yellow. Hello. Welcome to my stream. We're going to be, I'm painting some 40k orcs today. Let's get the yellow coverage because I just want that headache out of the way. Thankfully, your mustard yellows actually do have quite a bit better coverage than like your brighters, or your brighter yellows, I should say. So, yeah, demonic yellow. I use for like the small dots in my. I'll show you an example. These guys are not done, by the way, if you have not seen my stream yet. So I will do like an orange and then just like a slight little yellow dot in the eye to give kind of like an infernal look um, to the eyeball. And literally, that's the only demonic yellow. I actually don't even want it near me to accidentally throw it in here. But I want to get this dude's cord yellow at the end here. And we might need 2 thin coats. Ooh, what is that? I have like a chunk in there. Yeah, yellow, you're gonna see yellow even at this level is gonna be nightmarish. It's not gonna give the best coverage. So I'm just gonna give it a light once over, let it cure. I'll probably focus on the whites or the reds that I need to do for like the missiles and stuff. Hello, hello. Yes, I'm back at my orcs. I also found, like I was saying, some because I found my Gazgull. Um, I forgot when I was cleaning my whole setup to set up for streaming. I put them in like a Tupperware in my drawer. I was going through my entire closet. Oh my god, why didn't I sub-assemble this dude's missile launcher? Because I hate myself. I hate sub-assembling infantry models. That's the thing too. Is like I'd rather just go through the struggle a little bit instead of having like 40 paint handles filled up with like pinned bits and them getting all lost, and I'm just not about it. Plus I'm lazy. Gazgull is gonna be pinned. In fact, after I paint this yellow, I might do a little show and tell for those who don't know the monstrosity that this character I'm talking about is, or the project that it's going to be, because he's going to be a centerpiece. I don't play army battles in 40K. I don't even really play 40K with my 40K models, but like I always play like third party stuff. So yeah, this will be actually a great intermission to allow this yellow to kind of cure, because you see how spotty and gross it is. I want to keep it that way so it doesn't get gunky. But let's do now that we're at this point, and I'll cover this because my wet palette is very well hydrated and I want to keep it that way. Ooh, I forgot. I got my Nerf blaster. This is also something on stream I'm gonna show how to paint. It's not Nerf, it's actually X-Shot, but this is for a post-apocalyptic LARP. I have to put a new spring in it, and I have to paint it up like a Fallout kind of like gun in a way. But here we go for Gazgull. This is his instruction manual. And he is mostly put together. I have a couple of stuff to do for him, but oh man, he is a honkin' biggin' heckin' of a model. He's freaking awesome. So I have him all separated, sub-assembled, because he's going to be a nightmare of a model, but also a nightmare of just a unit. Does that clip in? Wow, why doesn't that go in? Do I have it upside down? No, I don't. I have to like basically hold everything together. I don't have his skull in here. I think it's still on the sprue, because I was actually kind of thinking of converting this dude, but originally I bought all my orc models to convert. Oh my god, this is insane to put together. Here we go. Oh. I'm just trying to get this guy kind of semi put together for my fans. Are you gonna fall inside of the torso? You might actually fall inside the torso. I might have to just show you guys how he goes later. Oh my god. Alright, will you stay on if I put you in here? So, I'm gonna forego his shoulder pads because I don't think they're gonna want to stay. Oh, maybe they will. Compared to the normal orc miniature, this is how big he is. He's insane. Commissar Yorick is dead now, dude. He's actually not taller. He's 6 feet under. If he's not made into mincemeat corpse starch rations. No, they probably like encased him into like a ceramite monument. That's what I would do. Oh, okay. I did glue all of this as one piece. Because I think I probably thought, like, even though that's going to be a pain to get into, I probably thought I could probably do it. But, yeah, and his base size is this when your typical orc on... And these are 32 millimeter base orcs now. Like, they used to be on 25 millimeter, like this squig I put on. So that's how big he is. Now, I was talking before about filler. I actually used a model filler for here for the transition, so when I do the rest of the terrain bits, I wanted to add a little bit more urban terrain, similar to, not urban, but like runes, similar to how I did to this orc, to give it like, kind of similar that like almost cratered presence, like, I just want something surrounding and being kind of epic and like the weight of the character kind of making the ground shift up around them. That was my idea. So yeah, that's Gazgul. That is going to be a future... That'll probably be my last orc that I paint. Sort of. I have plans for vehicles. And I'll probably do vehicles later because I don't have all the vehicles I want. So I guess like more of my... ooh, that is a bot. Get out of here, heathen! Did I ban him? Yeah, there we go. Cool. It didn't show me that I banned it the first time. Okay, so back into painting. Now we can probably go back and paint that yellow again, because it's probably cured enough. Let's get a nice glaze effect. Though it's very chonky. I think part of the nozzle got some like dried paint when I put it down because I was not careful enough. But let's load up my well a little bit. Okay, I'm just making sure I'm... Come on, focus. Focus. I told you I was having focusing issues. I'm having a lot of difficulty today. Hey, dude, come on. There we go. Stupid technology. Are you gonna focus? Yep, there we go. Yeah, I'm having a lot of technical difficulties. The Chaos Goblins are against me this day. It's just been a wild day. That typically how it goes, though. I think a lot of people can relate. Like, when you want to do something, it just seems like the world goes against you in, like, the most, like, weirdest ways, that you start making superstitious assumptions of things hating you. I do. I certainly do. And I'm even my second coat of this yellow is not fully covering. Um, so I may even have to do a third coat, which doesn't make me the happiest, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Um, like I said, there's some paints and pigments, white and yellow are the notorious two that people struggle with, and that's a big reason why a lot of people even stay away from army schemes that are heavily yellow or white based. So Imperial Fist and White Scar players are don't just like the lore, but it's almost a feat in itself to paint them. Um, which I have my friend Jace. He has a Imperial Fist Horse Heresy 30k army, which is beautiful. It was like back when you could only do Horse Heresy through like Forge World. Um, and then he started a White Scars army, and I was pretty excited for his White Scars army. I was like, oh, cool. He was getting some really cool, like, custom made uh, STLs. We were like working on like sword hilts and all that stuff, and like um, for his like chain swords and stuff. And I think he abandoned and I think sold most of his stuff. I think he just like fell out of love with doing it. I think before he even started painting it, and I don't know why. I think he told me why. I think he had like a friend who wanted to do a White Scars army, and he like donated it to him. I don't know. He would have to tell the story. I could be messing that up. But he is not here. He is teaching a class because he is a big time teacher. I'm just a small time teacher. He's a big time teacher. He's not a professor. He teaches, like, I think he teaches high school. Yeah, Jace is good people. Well, Jace is a mentor to a lot of my hobbying. Like, when I have issues, Jace is usually my go-to advisor. He's done... Oh, I can't even tell you the amount of armies he's painted. He's like... I'm trying to think. In the entire time that I've known him, he's done Imperial Fists, he's done Chaos. He's working on Krieg right now. He's done Eldar. He's got a huge Corsair army of Eldar. He's done Crimson Fists. He's done, I think, Chaos Knights. He's made an Imperial Knight. He has a Reaver Titan that is phenomenal. What else has he done? Ooh. Connecting to chat. Did I lose stream? Are you guys still here with me? It just said I was connecting to chat, like I almost lost connection or something. Okay. There was no hiccup in my video? Maybe even like maybe I buffered. Okay, cool. Whatever. I don't know why that did. So here's my yellow. I like that coverage. It's a pretty decent coverage. Once I get like my highlighting and all that stuff done, it'll be sweet. It'll be sweet. So, I'm happy with it. I got a little bit of a I don't know if that was like from the plastic or the paint itself. I got like this little blemish here. I'm not crazy about, but again, I'm not going for showroom quality. I'm honestly just gonna be happy when they're done. That's gonna be a feat in itself. So I needed some. Let's do whites since we're already getting into the headache of bad coverage on a lot of these dudes. Let's just do white because I want when I move to the metallics, I want to stay on the metallics. Especially I don't like to go from like metallics to flats back and forth because I feel like that's just asking for disaster. All right, let's get my white in there. Let's not overload my brush too much. I also want to pull out my needle tool because I was looking for this. This is a great tool I use for carving to poking and unclogging stuff, and right now I want it for unclogging if I need to unclog. So I want to go over some of the white parts because I think I only did a single coat. Yeah, there's some spots on this missile that I was not happy with. Cool. This isn't going to be the only white I end up doing on this model. There's actually, I should probably just, there's a ring on the bottom thing. I should just do it. I should just stop effing around. And I was thinking I was going to wait until I get most of the other colors on it, but I can be a little messy and then use the other colors to clean it up. I love, you know what the orc missiles kind of remind me of is Batman Returns. All the penguins, they had like all these really like wild colored like scrap rockets that like the penguin made and put on, and they always reminded me of that vibe. Come on, are you gonna focus? Gonna behave? This is weird, right? Like my camera just being this uncooperative. Like all my tech is just like being really, really, really uncooperative. Here, boom. Sometimes doing like, yep, a hard. The camera? No, the lens doesn't need to be cleaned. Because it would still not, even at this point, it wouldn't be showing up. I have no. I mean, it looks pretty clean from what I'm looking at it. I don't like touch it. I dust it right before stream. I dust all my like magnifying glass and stuff. The magnifying, so it shines through a magnifying glass to actually, because I have a circular light around it. It's this guy right here, and I always clean everything before every stream. and it's very strange. I don't know. I've just been having a weird day with tech. It's like one of the just technology is not a cooperating day. It happens. I know you guys have it. I have it. Oh, and the only white that the box art has is this little tip right here, so I'll follow that too. It's very. It's just a day. It's okay. It's a Monday. We'll chop it up to Monday, right? Mondays are the worst days. Cool. What it. So I'm seeing a little bit. Here's what I'm gonna have to preemptively do with the white. I have to. He's got a little checker mark pattern that's right at the bottom here. So it almost starts like right here. And I have to make it parallel to this bottom. So I think I actually did a pretty good job of that. Is it black on the edges or does that wrap around? Okay, so it's just a decal, so I don't have to like go around the edges. In fact, I'll have to clean that up a little bit. You can see the tip of my paintbrush is curling. That's not good. Let's see. I have to get some conditioner from my brushes. It's these guys are feeling a little. Oh yeah, is your new kitten home now? Let's just get another. By the time I was already wetting my brush again, this was already dried because it was super thin. So we'll just go over for another coat. Okay. I'm so I totally get your the anticipation and excitement is very very high for you. I'd be clawing at the walls. I know when we got Wisp, because we couldn't adopt her the day we saw her, but I think it was like we had 24 hours that we could, um, and we had to talk to Stray about uh, getting another cat because he was living with us at the time, and we want to respect his opinion. Um, and yeah, when we confirmed that we were getting another cat, I was so excited. And at that time, we didn't know she was deaf, but she's adorable. Last night, uh, we have like a slight crack under our door. That's like everything's uneven in this apartment, and she's deaf, but she knows to like put her muzzle in that crack and go bow, like and wake us up. And she knows we're not only behind that door because some animals have like bad object permanence, but that we will hear that. For a deaf cat, that's kind of wild. Um, and it just amplifies through that crack. And it's just we woke up. Well, we were trying to go to sleep, but like our eyes shit started open. We just started hysterically laughing because it was just she's such a drama queen. And she I let her in and she cuddled with us for a bit, but ugh, she's such a pain in the ass. Okay, I see he's got a bandage on his arm that I was gonna sum up to being brown or black, but it's like that that kind of what I wrapped the weapons in, like what he has around that, is going to go on his bicep too. So I'm going to change that after I get, probably, I think the red is the last I wanted to do for this. Let's get some more water in here. There we go. That's good. That's good consistency. That's an important thing you want to practice too. Is if you guys are like, how much do I thin my paints and stuff? Oh, I have different missiles on this dude. Oh, when did I do that? Wait, do I? I didn't think you could put on different missiles for this guy. Hold up, chat. This is literally... You don't get different missiles for this guy. I'm freaking out. Hold on. Here's the sprue. That's so bonkers weird. The final product miniature on GW of this character has different missiles, but you don't get missile options for him. That's so weird. That pisses me off a little bit. Why? How did that happen? That's definitely something that, like... So, one thing canon about a lot of miniature, like, box art is, that's not the same plastic and sprue. They call it, I think, a sister model or something, where, they paint a sister model, and that's why they always look better. That's a huge misconception. They don't deal with a lot of the mold lines. They're built different. They might not even be of the same material. But I've never seen such a big change. If you guys, I'm gonna post this in chat. Copy. Okay, this is the Ork Boys combat patrol that I am dealing with right now. The fifth picture is a 3D image you can rotate, but it's what I'm working on. And that bottom missile to the missile launcher is different. And that makes me mad because I was going to make that red. And I think what I might do is, instead of making this big part black, I might just make that red because I like the color splash. I just liked it with kind of like the black tip in there as well. What a weird... I don't know if I want that red. Yeah, I'll fix that. I'd rather it black. That makes me mad. Like, isn't that weird? If you guys are looking at it. I don't know if you are, but... I never noticed that until painting it. I've never seen anything online of people being like, huh. Because I usually look up, like... And maybe I didn't look it up. Maybe I... Usually for... Especially if I buy on eBay, like, single miniatures. Like, I bought this flamethrower dude. He's actually from the kill team. I don't have the full kill team. I just bought a single off of eBay. So I have to look up on, like, Reddit some of the instructions. And I didn't have to do that for these guys. But, like, and maybe that's why. But maybe there are discussions about, like, them changing the missile launcher. Weird. Really, really weird. Alright, I'm painting this kind of cruddy. And it's unfortunate because red is a very staining color, so I'm going to have to touch this up with white, and it's going to be a headache. That's going to be a headache. It's not the best. Yeah, that really is bonkers wild. Oh, okay. Well, hopefully you can just chill and hang out with us, which is all good too. Is it sunny? Yeah, it is really sunny today. I'm just kind of flabbergasted at that. Like, I really am. Like, I usually see little change, but not something actually that drastic. And that's not that drastic, but it's drastic if you know what I'm, like, talking about. Like, you don't usually see that. I'll see a screw up in an instruction manual that'll give the wrong number to the wrong arm part. That's pretty on par with GW. That's pretty regular. And you can usually, get around that. But I haven't seen like a shift in the model sculpt that bad from like their advertisement to that. And I don't know, maybe I have a certain type of product model that they changed halfway and the model used to be that way. And they found that it was like difficult, like it was having difficulty casting. That which is possible. But I would actually have thought this would be more difficult because that fatter missile actually connects to the missile above it. This actually is free floating. So I don't understand. I would love to actually know why that decision was made. Because I don't think it's a bad decision. It was just a decision made, and I'm like, whoa. And maybe I'm making a big deal out of it, which I am, but like, I find that stuff interesting. Like, what happened there? I overanalyze everything. I think that's a something as a society a lot of people have lost is overanalyzing because we're told not to overanalyze, but why? Why are we told not to overanalyze? I'll overanalyze the fact that you're telling me not to overanalyze. It's almost like you want us dumbed down and not to look into things, like how AI completely changed the information of the ratification of the 16th Amendment, which we used to talk about in school being never legally ratified. But AI comes about and all of a sudden it changes all our search engines to saying it was ratified in 1913, which it never legally was. We didn't have the states, behind it, but I'm sticking to that. And I don't care if you look up at Google and say, but it says this on that. We used to talk about it in school back in the day and watch me get canceled because the government was like, he's talking about it. But like, I've just noticed that like one of my friends, I was talking about it, and he like posted the Google post of, oh, it was ratified, blah 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 blah, and I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? We used to like literally talk this in length in school like 20 years ago, and I go on Google and look and I see it. And I used to, like, 5 years ago, I Googled it and I was looking into it and it was like, yeah, it was never ratified, but it'll never hold up in court because like blah 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 blah. And I was like, oh well, that's kind of bullshit. So I've always been kind of like very anti-establishment with that kind of thing because like literally income tax is a form of slavery if you didn't know that. and is very unconstitutional. And so this popped up a couple weeks ago, and I honestly didn't say anything, but like I'm like, oh my god, AI is whitewashing all our information. It is whitewashing all of our what we rely on. They're doing to Google what we rely on our information, that they did to news and newspapers. It's now becoming an unreliable source because it's a no wonder it's so integrated into everything. We saw it with Facebook that like you can't even say anything even if it's factual. If it hurts someone's feelings, it like, and granted, I'm not saying I feel one way or another in those sense, but like there was a bunch of like I even said Haley, we were joking in messages back and forth on Facebook, and we were being sentimental, silly, and like emotional over something, and I made the joke of like I'm not crying, you're crying, and it flagged me for bullying. I was like, and I contested it. I was like, this is my fiance. We are joking about being sentimental. Please unflag it. And it took like a day or two, but like they did was like, oh, sometimes we make mistakes. But given that of like that, now that's what's being used to like whitewash all our Google information. It's a scary, scary thing. Not that AI is scary, the implications of AI, like the use of it to that level, is very worrying, and I want you all to keep that in mind. I'm not an anti AI dude. I like I said, I will use AI like a tool, even though I'm an artist, to brainstorm, look at like color combinations and how like certain armor pieces will work, and give me new ideas of like how belting system like something together, and it really does help, but it's gonna be used and weaponized against us, and saying just being like, oh, you're paranoid, well, it's happening. It's not even it will happen, it is happening. And I just want everyone to be careful and aware and to overanalyze. Never stop overanalyzing. And you know what? This is my channel. If I want to get conspiracy theory weird, I'll get conspiracy theory weird. Whatever. I just, in general, don't trust everything you hear at first or at see. Like, media. There was a quote, and who told me? I think it was Jace or someone. He's like, when the media tells you not to trust your eyes and ears, and stuff, is like when it becomes like a dangerous deconstruction of your information and stuff. Like that's the route of like very toxic and dangerous like fascism that comes into play. Okay. We need to go to metallics now. And I do mean that. Oh, no, I want to get those straps done. So why don't I get those straps done? What did I do? I think I did Castle Gray. I think I used this. It's kind of like a warm gray. And I'll throw that Castle Gray on, and then I'll do metallics, and then I'll go back and work on his like face and little stitch details. And then we'll move on to my knob. That's what this guy's called. I'm not being weird. This guy's literally called a knob. I'm just gonna shut up now. I'm realizing I never put together like how inappropriate that sounds. Um that left me speechless. Wow, this guy is really not on this paint handle well. Oh, that's weird. It's like a pale bandage, but it has a metal fastener on it. I thought this was just like a almost like a bandage, like a wound bandage. Yeah. I mean, I don't think you'll get banned. It may flag it and I have to approve it. I've noticed that. Sounds like I'm listening to music and it sounds like this is yeah, this is Make Them Suffer. Cool Australian metal band that I dig. Sorry, I'm being very quiet because I'm just trying to paint these very thin, uh, very thin stuff. Dude, I can't wait until I become partner and then I can just get away with anything. Have you seen like what those guys will like say? I mean, they have like copyrighted material. They like say the wildest cracked out things, and I'm just like, how are you so untouchable? But it's you know when when you make partners, like what it really helps Twitch out when you make partner because you're bringing in such revenue, such advertisement and all that stuff. Well, that's what we're here for. We're here all about the vibes. So I'm just being very careful because these are super thin parts. Um, and I, again, everything with painting, you'd rather have your first coats almost have not the greatest coverage and be like opaque, to go over it a second time than gunk it up. That's like the one thing all miniature painters can agree on is like thinning your paints and being patient with your coverage, because it's better to do that and still have your details show through than have like these caked on paints. Ugh. All right, I like this. I like this. It's coming out pretty good. Though I'm actually pulling off pigment off of this that's not making me happy. There we go. Alright, I just gotta get under the bicep a little bit. And then I'm going to let him be a little. I'm going to let that be and move on to the metallics. Alright, so, yeah. I think that'll be okay. Once I attack it with some washes and highlights later, it'll pop. Okay. Yeah, we're at the metallics phase. Or should I work on the face? Chat, what do you guys think? I mean, I'm right here. Why don't I work on the face before metallics? We're gonna switch our brush. I like to separate the brushes I used from the brushes I have not used, and it's helped me. Oh, wait, that was a number 1. Yep, so we're going to a 0. Where's one of my good zeros? Here's one of my good zeros here. What did I do? I did a moldy wine. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to put my paints down right here. I think we went to a elderflower. So this is a good thing to do, especially if you are going to be reactivating these. And then I remember Figgy Pink. I love this color. That's such a funny name as my highlight. And I'm only putting little drops. One thing that drives me wild is, especially with Ninjon, he's like, I'm just going to be using a millimeter, like just a millimeter worth of this paint, and he globs on this like pinky tip sized amount of paint. I'm like, bro, yeah, I wish I was doing well and could waste that much paint too. Fuck. But he does like a lot of like mixing on palette kind of stuff. And maybe that's why he does it, but good God. Every time he does it, it makes me like wince a little bit. I can't wait till I'm big enough, then don't have to worry about funding for painting and, probably have other paint companies hand me free things to paint. I don't know, that's how I feel. I use just very little dabs of it so that like my paints last me for like 3 years before I have to even think about replacing them. Okay. It's funny. Every stream, Smooth Criminal by Alien Ant Farm comes up, and you know what? I'm not feeling them. Like, good job at making one hit in your entire life, but like, I'm just not about it right now. Okay, so I was in high school when that song came out. I was like in early high school. Oh, thank you so much. I'm trying. I'd like to think like, man, if I ever got into painting, DJ is the one I'd go to for some help, because like I said, I'm not the best, but I could get you guys making some fairly looking good miniatures with very little, honestly, with very little talent or effort. Like, I definitely bring some talent in, but like I do, I'm not, again, this isn't showroom quality. This is like something that it takes more patience and like technique than skill, if that makes sense. Like, you can learn how to do this. Um, oh yeah, yeah. So you get what I mean. It's like, yeah, that song just like doesn't hit the same because it was like on repeat on the bus radio like constantly. So it's like definitely overplayed by our generation. Also, welcome to stream, Tom. How are you doing? You missed some funny gaming last night. We played some Mimesis and Phasmophobia. Phasmophobia went horrible, um, but Mimesis was funny. Oh my god, I kind of wish I did an impromptu stream with Greg and Haley. It was so good. There we go with the tongue. Let's see if I can. Yep, there's the tongue. I like that. It gives like this little glimmer and sheen. It's like a little uneven, but it looks, I like that. Yeah, we were saying that on the loudspeakers. The old sneakers is kind of our thing. People are like, what the fuck are these guys talking about? Old sneakers. Because there's an item, old sneakers. And sometimes we find old sneakers and we're like, old sneaker. It had to have been there, I guess. All right, let's get these tusks in. Now I remember I glaze these tusks pretty heavily. I get a pretty opaque glaze of this, and we want to just barely touch these tusks. Let's make sure I'm not overloading my brush. And it's okay to keep like the colors, even though I have like a little bit of green and like the colors under it. It's okay. It's okay to like kind of have those undercoats and blends. I feel like it just ties in a little bit like the rest of the model. And I fight myself being like, no, I need more paint. And it's like, no, you don't. You don't need more paint, because when you screw up and you get this huge glob of paint, you're going to be kicking yourself that you ruined the face. So it's okay to just get your early little glazes in, let it dry, because you're going to be surprised with how much those teeth pop. You gotta trust the process with this. And yeah, it's hard to do. Even I'm like, everything in my brain is like, this is wrong, more paint, and it's just gotta go real easy with it. Oh my god, Fizzgig, why do you have hair? Fizzgig's hair is in here. He's not even in the room today. Yo, Drac, what's up? It was cool chilling with you in chat yesterday. in your chat when you were streaming, not my chat. Oh, nice. Thanks, man. You're still at work though, right? You work until 4? I had a hell of a time before stream starting up. Like my layout didn't want to load up. My Steam didn't want to load up. My nothing wanted to load. I was like freaking out. So I like did a hard restart. Like I shut down my computer for like a good 5 minutes and let it really get its brains back with its cache and everything. And thankfully, like I was 2 minutes late, but I was having some like real tech difficulties with stream. And I'm still kind of having tech difficulties. Like my set and lighting wasn't like working, and then like stuff was falling over, and my camera is being very futzy today. It's I'm summing it up to like the Monday Chaos Goblins, just like that makes everyone's Mondays terrible. I'm summoning it up to that. Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta breathe and be like, it's fucking Monday. It's just the chaos of the beast. It's the world. It's not just the universe is against you. Everyone's going through this on Monday. It's the Monday Chaos Gremlins. So, but yeah, once I got on stream and I calmed down and I'm painting these orcs and I'm just having a good old time, it helped. I really enjoy just doing this. Trying not to ruin my orcs' faces. We're at like a real critical moment where I'm painting the details here. And I'm overloading my brush, like I told you all not to do. But let's get this more glazed. We gotta water this down into a glaze. Let's see. There we go. So we gotta get a smooth transition in this tusk. And a lot of people who are like, man, DJ, how do you get such good brush control? I have terrible brush control, actually. The secret is anchoring yourself. You see how I'm like, I got my like hand up against this. I got my hand wrapped up. Like the model is back here. I'm making it so my hand cannot shake in any sort of way. If you guys have ever used firearms, all right, you know, regardless, how you hold basically a pistol, if you've ever been trained in holding a pistol, is very much the same way. I relate it a lot to holding my miniature on the painting handle to holding an actual pistol. It's very, very similar. You want like a great anchor point and you get great stability. Here, let me see if I can. I have to like sacrifice almost visibility to show you guys what I'm painting, and sometimes it's not going to always work out. I may have to turn this guy so I can see it better, or else this is going to come out terrible. For some reason, my skeletal bone paint here is not wanting to stay hydrated, and I still have a lot of water in my wet palette, but it could be the type of pigment or medium that's used in it. Could just be like very spongy in a way. Sorry if this angle is terrible. I have to get this tusk. It's fighting me. tusk is really fighting me. It doesn't want to get like coverage on the tip here. So I'm gonna very carefully overload my brush a little bit. Yep, there we go. Yeah, that tusk, that big one right there, was just like being very, very frustrating. So I think this orc has given me the most trouble with teeth out of all of them. I don't know if Drac is still here, but have you ever played like Space Marine or any of the Warhammer video games? I know you haven't played tabletop, but I don't know if you ever dabbled in like Space Marine 2, which doesn't have orcs, but the first Space Marine was all about orcs and Titus fighting the hordes of orcs. So this is kind of like the era of orcs that you saw in the video game that you fought thousands and thousands of. Okay, so we got his face almost figured out. I want to go and get those eyes done like my other dudes. Like look at the shading on or like around his cheekbones and lips and stuff. That's like pretty good. And they don't even have the stark highlights yet that I've done. I do kind of go back and forth like does my orc skin need highlights? And short answer is yes, but I need to be very minimal with them because it'll make the skin look too sharp if I do. But like that'll be when I build up the mid-tones again. I'll get it around the lips, like there'll be like a little white line, maybe like that little arc that he's got from the cheekbone into his lips, like those kind of like smile lines in a way. I definitely want to go back around the lower lip and make it a little bit warmer. But that's gonna be after. That's gonna be after. Right now, let's try to get his eyes finished. And then we'll move on to the metallics, because there's quite a bit of metallics on this guy that I haven't really touched. So I am at my... I either want to do this brush or... No, you know what? I want to use this brush. I want to use this guy. Because look at... You know what? I'll try with the zero. There's no reason actually I couldn't, because it has a better well on it and I need to keep this paint wet if I have any hopes to actually dab it. Now, let's try not to do what I did on that one orc and make this too opaque and thin, because remember, I still have that one orc that I fucked up and the orange went into the tear duct, so we're gonna try to avoid that this time. So let's get that eyeball in there. Hell yeah. Look at that. Orange eye. Yep. And I know you guys can compare my hands to the scale of this, but I am basically doing a fourth of a millimeter of worth of paint here. Maybe a half a millimeter. No, I don't know. It is almost like a fourth of a millimeter worth of an area here, which is insane. And this is why eyes on the miniatures are kind of meme-worthy. Oops, I just bonked my camera. Oh, and of course, it's going to make my camera fits out because I'm having a very temperamental time. Come on. Chaos Goblins. Let's go. What happens if I move this out of the way. I can't really. Actually, the wires are all integrated into my arm. Hold on, guys. Ooh, you are being... Okay, you'll cooperate, I think. I can't wait to have like an $8,000 freaking camera pointing at these guys. Goals, right? All right. Not breathing. Not breathing. Not breathing. Not breathing. I'm not breathing. I'm really not breathing. I'm gonna suffocate before this orc is done. Did I do it? Did I do it? Are you proud of me? Are you proud? There we go. Cool. I hate doing this. Is so insane. Doing these eyes are insane. Oh, I didn't shake. I gotta always shake. I should get one of those like little medical like vial shakers, but they're like $90 fucking just to vibrate a bottle. Like, honestly, I should just buy a wand, right? And just like take the motor and head and just and like same thing. It's the same thing. And the same price, honestly. I know. Wild. Alright, here we go. This is also a paint. Because it's yellow, that I don't want to over thin. I want to keep it actually pretty thick because I just want one pass with it. This is not one of those situations that has to be like one and done pass. Like this. No, opposite of what that's exactly what I need is a one and done pass. So it's not a something I want to reapply. So give me a moment. Oh my god, I'm shaking. Come on. Come on, you motherfucker. Come on. Nope. Nope. Come on. Yep, come on. Come on. Just dab a little yellow. Cool, 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 cool. Got one eye. There we go. There we go. All right. Got the little bit of yellow in there to give that like infernal look. Oh, it's always so stressful. Could you imagine doing that hundreds of times over on army? Like it's no wonder you see like 100 orcs on the field and people just put like red splotch. They're like, fuck it. But I'm not like that. But also, this is also a reason why I do smaller warband battles, so I can get much more personality, much more love in each individual model. Let's move on to metallics. Let's keep this. I'll move it completely out of the way. God, I say it every time, but if Army Painter sponsors me, that would be fabulous. I would love that. I'd be like, absolutely, I love your paints, guys. Maybe not like 3 or 4 years ago, you guys were kind of dog shit, but the only reason I say that is because you guys outright came out and said, hey, we listened to you guys. we hear that you don't like our paints, and it's our main. We literally named our brand off of our paints. We're gonna go back to the drawing board and fix that. And what awesome dudes, like. And then they came out with real good professional paints, and I love them. They actually compete with some of the highest quality paints out there. Like the one paint set I would love to get is like AK. AK makes a really great paint line, and Army Painter has been comparable to AK. Um, in each paint line, you have paints that are strong and weak paints. Like some people are like, oh man, I hate their reds, but I love their blues, and so I use that blue. Like the reds, I actually still use. I'm still using Games Workshop. I still really like their lead belcher. Not that Army Painter has a bad lead belcher. What I'm using right now is lead belcher. Uh, Paint equivalent, I would just like to use up my lead belcher before I move on to my Army Painter equivalent. So that's all. But one thing I don't like with Army Painter is their reds, because they don't have a mid-tone red. They have an orange set of reds and then a very rosy set of reds, but they don't have just like a pure red. Um, and that bothers me. So I'm hoping down the line, I'm using an old. I don't even think you can get these reds anymore. Possibly this. I think Mephiston red is still good, but I use another red. Yeah, Macrite red, which is a good dark, deep red. Um, and I used that, but I don't even think they make that. It's not the name of it anymore. That goes back to an old, like their first style of when they started making these style of pots. Um, hey, thanks for stopping in. I always love seeing you hop into chat. I hope you have a good rest of your day at work, man. It's Monday. Thought of calling my miniature painting calling it Miniature Mondays, but it's like, what do I do for the rest? Like, what's Wednesday for like my digital drawing? Like what can I start W and drawing? I don't know. Open to suggestions. What do I do for Fridays? Fridays are my gaming, my gaming day. Usually, it's not set, but I think every Friday I'll probably just game, which kind of goes against what I said. It kind of makes like my channel into like 1/3 gaming, right? I did want my channel to be like more like 80% crafting. But honestly, my gaming streams have been getting pretty kind of decent popularity too. So, Free Play Friday, that's cool. What's Wumbo? Explain to me what a Wumbo and how it relates to digital art and drawing. I'd like to know. Asking for a friend. Free Play Friday is pretty good. I do like that. See, if I used a Wacom tablet, I would make it like Wacom Wednesday, but I'm that is also another brand of my hot take brands that I actually boycott now. Not that I necessarily boycott. If they make a if you could tell me that their tablets for the price to frustration and driver ratio outbeats Huion, which I use a Huion tablet. If you could finally convince me that one is worth the price over something that's Huion can't beat, that's like a third of the price, I would call it Wacom thing. Oh, it's yeah. My friend said I'm not well versed enough in SpongeBob to start using SpongeBob references. I tried during Phasmophobia, and he's like, "Shut up! You haven't watched SpongeBob enough." And I'm like, "Oh, all right." And then I proceeded to tell him I didn't need it anyway. I don't need it. Ever defiant, ever rebellious. Alright. So this is just kind of, again, a lot of boring metallic coverage I ignored on this model. This model has been kind of neglected. Not as bad as neglected as, like, my Squig was. And I say was because last Saturday when I did my impromptu, very long streaming day, oh my god, I was so tired. But my Squig finally got a lot of love. Oh my god. Whew. Hope you don't mind. I'm just kind of going through it, just kind of drawing these happy little missiles. It'll be our little secret. That literally makes me sound like a terrorist. These are our happy little secret missiles. See, if I only focused on orcs on Wednesdays, they would definitely be Wah Wednesdays for the grand ol' Wah. And for those who don't know 40k enough, a Wah is basically, it's a couple things to orcs. It's what they call one of their battle forces is like a mighty Wah. A Wah is like kind of like saying like a war band. But Wah is also their battle cry for war. They're literally just like saying war, kind of like in Mad Max when he's like war. That dude also is saying war, but it just sounds like wah, you know. But yes, it would be a mighty wah Wednesday, but that's not what's gonna happen. What I need is my reference. Where did my reference go? Boom, here we go. Okay, he's got, oh god, there's more. That's basically just all silver in here. Get out of here, Fizzgig Fuzz. I don't need you in my paint. I hate painting missiles because they have all these, like, fins on them and stuff. So I'm basically just going to paint, like, one side completely, flip, and then do the other side, and then, like, make the seams in the middle meet. I have to fix that little blob of red paint, too. Because I did think I was going to paint that missile mostly red, but... This is also something I could actually probably move my brush size up to. I'm going to move it up to like my number 2, I think they're called columns. Actually, maybe we'll move it up even more. Yeah. Volga. Sounds Swedish. All these, like, I don't know. I hate dry palettes. I waste, as you can see on here, I waste so much paint. Alright, now I have more on my well. I can just kind of like slather this on. I was kind of just... It's like cleaning a bathroom with a toothbrush. It's like not... And this blast shield that they have for their missile launchers is all lead belcher too. Sometimes I've noticed with metallics, you don't even know that you have bad coverage until it finally starts curing. And then you're like, oh man, there's a big splotch that I missed there. So you'll see me kind of go back and cover something again. Especially when I had such a tiny brush, it's actually hard to tell. That's why I needed to move over to a larger brush. Plus, it just makes it faster. I noticed I was kind of like slogging along here, and I'm like, what's going on? Oh yeah, my brush size. So, yeah, after this set of orcs are done, we'll do some terrain. Terrain will be easy painting. I'll get like a lot done in like the 4-hour stream that I do. Because we got tons and tons of terrain to go through. And that'll be fun. I'll be doing some like sponge erosion where I dab a sponge around to make it look like paint chipping and stuff like that. It's a cool technique. I haven't mastered it, but in theory, I kind of know like what to do. I've practiced it in the past. And it wasn't bad, but like I definitely need to improve my technique. And it's a quick way to do like really good chipping and erosion and rust and stuff like that. Oh, all right. Let's kind of finish these missiles up and move on to the next part. Just get in there. Alright. Like I said, I hate the missiles. They're all the fins and stuff end up like just being very annoying to get all in between. Oh, I already did that. There's a lot of pieces I have done already in metal, so it's always nice to like turn around and be like, oh, I guess I can skip that. It'd be good to at least look and make sure I got full coverage though, which I feel like this needs some slight second coating, but it's not bad. It's not bad. It's just this like bolt over here. It's okay if I'm a little messy. Here's where I don't want to be too messy, is like getting this there's like this main shaft or whatever. They have such a weird missile launcher. I do look forward to making my Rekka crew missile launcher dudes, because they have more of a over the shoulder like bazooka style. And I really like that. I have one that has already been made. I can show you. He's like right here. I said he's right here. Ah, here he is. So this is the guy who I'm talking about. Yeah, I really like that rocket launcher. And he's like more heavily armored too, so I think he'll be badass. He's basically the same dude as this, except like if I wanted to give him like finally like heavy armor, he's got kind of like no armor going on. Oops, sorry. He's got like no armor going on, so this is like an upgraded veteran version of him. So I don't really need him yet. I'm gonna be playing orcs kind of how I think they should be played. I'm not playing them to be like efficient and win. I'm playing them kind of on theme of like they're gonna be just thrown on scrap shoulder blades, this junker gun thrown into the fray, and be like, "I've had 'em, boys," you know, and like only the ones who really like prove themselves if they last for a long while. And I feel like, all right, they're getting some skills to kind of keep them alive longer, then I'll reward them with some armor and stuff. But it's going to be a very different play style that I usually do, where I usually try to armor up all my guys, do a very heavy loadout in the beginning. Not my orcs. I think most of my rank and file orcs don't even have armor. I don't even think they have like base level armor. I think they are literally armorless. I think it's only like my I think it's like my I put all my armor into my leader, who has like scrap power armor for this is not a test. And it might be my knob. Potentially I might have given him like very light armor. I forget. I'll have to look, but there's a chance I may have even negated his armor, even though he has a rocket launcher, and I want to preserve that. I'm also kind of like, fuck it, make him a glass cannon. I'm pretty sure I have more range than most, and you'd really have to kind of snipe him out to get him. But he's really kind of like the way my rocket launcher is. It's like I have to really assess the situation and then like run up and like blow something up. So I kind of wanted him in lighter gear, just like in case I need him to run too, because some of the heavier gear like hinders your movement speed. So I really wanted him just to be like a reactive, like, oh, over there, and like him run up with this thing and boom, blow that up, because I think his rocket launcher is like a move or shoot weapon. So even if I move, I still can't really react yet. So, like, I didn't want to hinder that even more. Ooh, over I oversaturate, or yeah, I made this too opaque. All right, I know this is like a completely metal plate. Yeah, I can't wait to play with these guys. They're gonna be so fun. Cool. I'm actually having trouble with just this. I can't have my orc press up against my thumb because I have wet metallics against it right now. So that's a little annoying. I'm being a little sloppy here again. I'm kind of hoping when I do use Nuln Oil that it'll get in the seams and help do a lot of the cleanup job for me, which it will. It's a little bit of a quick cheat. But that is okay. Yep, that's just a black. I don't. Let's get a 0 in here. Yeah, I did just pick up my pop paint instead of the orc. That's how delirious I am right now. I'm really just what we're painting here is just the little doodads and greebles and fasteners and things I forgot to do in the broad stroke phase of painting this guy. And I think the only thing I painted on stream for this guy was the wraps around his missile launcher. Ooh, that's a shitty. All right, hold on. I gotta get really. Oh wait. Let's see if I can. Okay. Sorry, I know I'm off. No, I'm not off camera. Okay. Whew, that was tough. I think those are gonna be silver as well. He's got little studs on his belt, like bolts. And I gotta make those silver. Again, not really care if I'm too sloppy. It's easy to clean up black armor. So I'm using that as an excuse to not be totally super clean. But it's like legit, that's what you can do when you have like very blackened armor. And again, it's not why I chose this paint scheme. Honestly, this is like the most boring orc armor scheme. Even though I like it, I'm doing it more because of I bought Gazgul first. And he is the leader of the Goths. But like it just also coincides that I like this armor scheme a lot. But it is not a vibrant or interesting armor scheme. I much think what are the what is it, the evil sons, and then there's what are the yellow ones, the yellow faction of orcs. I basically think the red faction and the yellow faction are probably the most interesting factions for orcs aesthetically. But I do kind of like the Goths and the, oh, I think it's the Blood Axes. Evil Sons are yellow. Blood Axes are red. Goths are black and gray. Bad Moons, I think, are blue. And who else are there? If you guys know the factions, let me, and of course, correlate their colors. That would be great, but you don't have to. I actually want to move to a number 2. This guy is not doing me favors right now. Okay, cool. As soon as I'm done painting on this lead belcher silver, oh, I think I fucked up. I have a few pieces of that bronze color I have to do. And then I think we can actually move on to our knob. And if we get enough of the knob done, what I would love to do is just black out the armor of our Burna Boy. And if I get all that done for stream today, that would be a very productive stream. I might be a little ambitious. I won't lie, that might be a little ambitious. But we'll see. Wow, I did really bad coverage on this dude's missile launcher, especially behind here. This is one guy that I should have done, like your heavy weapon dudes are guys I think that maybe should have been sub-assembled. And maybe when I make the heavy stubber version of this dude, I will sub-assemble his heavy stubber so I can get all around it. I think, again, I don't like to do it for infantry guys, but I think your special weapons dudes, if you at least like sectioned them out, because 1 out of every 10 basically is like the rule of thumb for what I find in your heavy weapons dudes. That's a good ratio to at least, like, instead of having 60 guys sub-assembled, out of those 60 guys you have 6 that just have 1 weapon that's separated from their body, is reasonable if you're ever doing that. Alright, I have to get that bronze in. Yep, there's a couple pieces of bronze. There's a couple stitching I want to do. That won't be too bad, and then we're gonna move on. So we're doing good. We're doing all right. Here's my, it's evil chrome, right? Because the rough iron is what I save for like weapon shafts and stuff. So there's really only, I think, 3, possibly 4 little thing. Oh, actually, I screwed up. Hold on. Well, I didn't screw up, but I missed some stuff here. I did miss this buckle, or this little strap fastener. And I think he's got one on the other side. Ooh, before my paint. Yeah, it's hidden by this plate here. So that's good. A good thing I remembered those. Cool. Now we can... Yeah, I think there's only like 3 plates of bronze. So this should be quick. This won't be as bad as... that was a little heavy, but that's okay. All right. Let's get... I remember this. The coverage on this is not the great, so we're gonna want like kind of a 2 light coats thing. So it won't be as super quick as I wanted, but it'll still be rather quick. Nothing in miniature painting is as quick as I really want it to be, let's be honest. That is why they made speed paints and contrast paints, but again, I will die on this hill. You don't want to leave speed paints and contrast paints as your one trick pony. You don't have to. Alright, I don't want to sound like those guys, but if you really want to just put in a little bit more effort and make them look from okay to wow, just throw a little bit of acrylic mid-tone rebuilding and highlighting in, and it really does wonders. And it's still super, 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 super fast. That's just how I feel. Okay, so it's just this little panel right here that has this like bronze tone. I'm gonna try not to get into those circles. I actually have to put effort to put like paint into them, so it's not hard to avoid just making them have like these like heat sink vent holes. Get around the edges a little bit. Yeah, because they're so... the model actually has them so pitted that like I can just kind of like brush very lightly over that, and it does most of the work for me. Just like that. And then the only other bronze that this guy has is like this little selector switch, or the little hinge. Oh, I have to do that centerpiece. I'm kind of glad I didn't do the centerpiece in the silver yet, because this little... it kind of looks like a safety or some sort of like hinge for the trigger. He's got like this bike handle trigger. And if I actually painted the middle knob in the silver, that means I would have just had to fix this up anyway, so I'm kind of glad I held off. It wasn't my intent, but it just happened that way. Very cool, very cool, right there. Now, he does have that on the other side, but there's no way. I can even see I didn't even fully paint the fist on the inside there. You can kind of see it's like still blackened out in shadow. I kind of hate myself for that, but I think I was like, there's no way I'm getting in there. Actually really lazy on my part. I usually do better than that. I may try to go in with a dark green and at least show that there's like very shaded. I think I actually want to do that. And I think I want to do that right after I paint this silver. Wow, did that cure already? That's also another thing about GW paints is they cure so heckin' fast. Like twice as fast as any other paint I've seen. They use like a medium that just like almost feels like it's made out of super glue. It cures so fast. And I think they do that not because they think their paints are better for it. I think it's like we want this to cure so fast on people's palettes so they waste paint and need to buy more, because that's really Games Workshop's like whole MO for everything they do. They would rather you waste and need to buy more than actually come out with a quality situation. I don't think I needed more metallics, but I do want to attack that inside of that hand. That now, knowing how that is now, that's gonna eat at me. So let's just get like a really, really dark green. I'll be happy. That might be too dark. Let's get this Guardian green. Because even if it's like a solid flat and like the super shaded end of that, oh, I really don't. I might have to mix colors because this is actually kind of a cool green. So I might take this and where's my leafy green? Yeah. I could even do an olive green if I wanted to. Let's see how this mixes. I have a feeling I'm not going to like this mix. I have a feeling this is not going to give me the result. Nah, I'm not really crazy about that. So let's go for like a woodland camo. This is going to be an interesting I do waste a lot of paint doing this kind of stuff. A little woodland camo. Maybe I'll go back and I'll add in a darker, what's called an angel green. I'm guessing this is supposed to be like dark angel green. Which, again, is going to be a little of a cool color green. I'll add that much. I think that's the play. That's the play. Alright. Yep. I like that. Let's get a little bit more camo in there. I don't need a lot, so a lot of this is just going to kind of go to waste. But I need to like blend in this. Ooh, I did a bad. I don't want to overload my brush. Alright. Ooh. Oh, thank God I got that on black. a little too watered down and opaque. This is going to take a little bit of DJ concentration. Yeah, I'd rather. So, my intent with this and why I'm going in, I'd rather do a flat color and a shade, like a quick shade, and even keep this just that simple, than have like black primer. Because, like, I can see it. Like, and it. You do have to get, like, at a weird angle to see it. Like, right? It's not that big of a deal. But already, like, say just at a quick glance, like, you see how that has that shade of green in there? As long as that has that in there, and I'm gonna throw a little and even if I can get in there and do like slight highlights, right, it's gonna give the sense that it's like, okay, it is green and in shadow and detailed, rather than I just got lazy and kept it black in there. I see that on other people's paint, and like, it it bothers me a little bit. It does bother me, I won't lie. I don't like seeing, like, oh, the choice here was laziness. It's just, again, if I was a smarter person, I would have sub-assembled. I just gotta be very careful not to get in here and then realize I need to repair and paint. Sorry, I have to keep this like really close to me. This is kind of more of a repair job than like tutorial, I guess. I don't know. In all honesty, I'm kind of embarrassed that I caught this on stream. I don't know what I was thinking when I was doing the skin. Okay. I think I can live with that. I think I can live with that. I might glaze a little bit of like leafy green to do a blend on like the thumb that I can actually still really see very apparently. But thank you guys for your patience, because I hate this. I hate that I found this. So frustrating. I did all this work and then it's like, oh, come on. Come on, get those knuckles. I'm hitting the knuckles with a slight bit of a highlight. So it's like, alright, let's see if we can focus in. So you see I got like the knuckles with a slight bit of highlight. I got over the thumb there. I might even do a little bit more of a blend there. And then like back there you can kind of see Yeah, it actually looks good right there. It actually looks like vibrant and like you get to see the wrinkles and stuff in there. But yeah, it's stupid. I know I shouldn't have to worry about it. Let's actually throw a little bit of this yellow into this mix. Let's get a little bit of this yellow too. I'd rather not have to throw another shade of yellow, the yellow shade, into here. I'd rather just be able to blend this and make it look like it was part of the plan all along. But we'll see. This is actually killing my time that I wanted to work on the knob and stuff, but you kind of have to adapt. And if there was going to be something I found and it was going to bother me, then I'd rather be happy with it than let it go. Like, I would always look at this model if I didn't do this. Oh my god, dude, calm down. Sorry. I live on a main road where the main assholes have to, prove their little dick syndrome because they couldn't make it on a racetrack. I love racing, honestly. I love to, I do want my muscle car one day, but I'm not gonna get it to like go on the back streets of New York and like trying to prove to everyone like I'm an absolute like annoying jerk face. Gungstar, it was good seeing you again. Thank you for hopping on stream. Alright. I think I can move on from this. Oh, there's. Man, small, little itty bitty, tiny lead belcher. It's the ring on his bicep. I just need to hit with that real quick. Oh, so annoying. Let's just get that real quick. Stupid little ring there. There. That's all. I just had to get that like little metal ring, and it looks good now. It like pops a little bit. So okay. I got him to the point where I think he's ready for the varnish. Yay. And I know I didn't get the black stripes in his cord yet. That goes on after. That's actually kind of like my highlight phase. So I want to hit the yellow with my like kind of like brownish grime shades, and then I wrap it in the black thing, or I do one or the other because the black won't be as reactive to getting hit with the shades afterwards. Um, That means I could do the black strips, but I'm not going to. I already committed to moving on. I can do that post varnish phase. Um, and I think I'll commit to that. Oh, I forgot the stitching too. I can save the stitching for the highlighting phase. And I'll I shouldn't. I shouldn't. Where's my paratrooper? I'm being lazy by saying that, and I really should just do it. It's gonna take me 2 seconds. I hope you guys aren't like, oh, come on, dude. I hope you guys are like, no, this is cool. The process, his conflictions, gotta. I'd like you guys to also see, like, yeah, I'm hitting like not a burnout, but like it's like this point where like my brain is wanting to take easy ways out, but don't do it. Just it's worth putting the effort in, and that's what I should lead by example, right? Lead by example. Just throw those stitches in. They're nothing. They're nothing. Just tiny little stitches keeping his butt patch on. Right? He deserves to have his little poop shoot patch completed and intact. Right? I'd want that for you. I'd hope you want that for me. It's not actually a poop shoot, but and these I think these pieces of stitching are a different color for him on the box art, but I kind of like this light like buckskin cordage for it. It's just the vibes I'm getting. Or like if not like a buckskin leather cordage, maybe like a twine. It's kind of like what I think. And I think they'll pop and kind of just throw a little bit of different color in here. Yeah, there we go. And that was it. That was it. That was literally just getting those little bits of stitches in. I'll have to clean up that patch, but I think, again, like a Null Oil pass will help most of them. Alright, now. Done. Get out of my life right now. I'm done seeing him. I've spent like 3 hours on him. Absolutely insane. Alright, now let's, my knob. My blurry blob of a knob. Come on. Stupid camera. Alright. What do we have to do for him? A lot. And unfortunately, I don't have a 3D image of his stuff. I only have... Yeah. He's got a lot of stuff. To the point where I may not even get to start blacking out the Burna Boy today, especially because that whole the Rokkit Launcha guy kind of tripped me up a lot. And honestly, I should have thought of that, because like these 3 models I've been neglecting pretty hard. And it's not that I mean to neglect them, it's just like I'm trying to make steps, and trying to make like this all like manageable and like focus on the boys. But this guy is a big hitter in my literally he's like my kind of like my second in command. He's like my only elite that I have. You can only have one of like three, and I could only afford, I think, one starting out. Um, so yeah, I would love. I think the next thing I want to buy, well, is the Burna Boy. But after the Burna Boy, so like the Burna Boy is not someone I'm starting with. That's why I'm kind of like also neglecting my Burna Boy. Um, but down along the lines, I want to get one of those maniacs I was showing you another stream. The I have one to make, and that's a miniature I want to put together on stream because he's not even put together, and it's a kit bash. Um, so my maniacs will probably be something I do like as a batch, like just the three of them. Um, and they're so fun. Uh, I love how I did that. I'm still debating because I'm bringing in so much Age of Sigmar models into this. Um, do I want to make my Mega Knobs within the power armors? Like, if I even have more power armor in the end, I might not want more power armored units. Come to think of it, I may actually want to be a little bit more versatile. But there might be a chance where like I find more power armor in the game because you can there's the one thing about this is not a test is it's like there's a scavenging part out of like your post battles, which is very very fun. It's actually what makes the game my favorite uh, skirmish game is the post battle skirmish scavenging element. I always love these games for their post battle injury tables and survival tables, um, which this is not a test has, but it also has a whole second phase too of like when you're rolling your income, which generally is a phase post battle that's very clear cut and dry. You gain a certain amount of income, you go to a shop and you have like a list you can buy from. But I think in general you kind of have that for this is not a test, but a lot of your items um, are then locked out after you purchase stuff like rare like rare are they just called rare items or like they're like your ancient tech or something like your energy weapons and all that stuff. I forget what the actual term is called for them. Um, relics. Relics. You can only buy a certain amount of like you can only like once you buy your relics in the beginning of your warband creation, you are locked out of relics until you find them. Um, which is interesting because they're really expensive. Sometimes you can buy one, maybe two, um, in the beginning of your warband list, but you can go around and like peel power armor off of corpses if you find them and pass like intelligence tests to like do so and stuff. So who knows? My orcs might go out and maybe pass their tests. I mean, my orcs have passed intelligence tests that have been way out of their league before. It's actually how I won my first. This is not a test war game. Is like at a crucial time to win the game or lose the game. I was like, oh, if I don't pull this off now, I'm gonna. It's gonna get handed off to my opponent, who was Tannis Runner at the time. And I was like, and he could steal the win immediately or take away my chance to win. And lo and behold, I'll tell you what, this dude, who I think cost me like 23 points, he was like dirt cheap, pulled through, made an intelligence test, and scavenged what you need to scavenge before the game ended. And it was really funny because like my big point um, dudes, like my Nob here, he was doing nothing. My power armored leader got into hand to hand with his power armored leader, and they were just slap fighting, doing nothing. My squig was tied up, just literally doing nothing except holding someone back and annoying them. And it was like I had my Nob on one side, my rocket launcher was like throwing rockets downfield, missing everything. He got one thing, but that dude not only got one in the beginning. That dude is literally having no life, just racing around up and down the road, joyriding, which cool, but like go somewhere a little bit more private. I don't know. Maybe I'm becoming an old grumpy man, get off my lawn kind of vibes. Oh, hey, another bot. Um, but lo and behold, the one that pulls through is just like this unarmored, cheap rank and file that ran up the side of the field. He had one dude that tried to stop him, and he clobbered him in the head with his axe, and stole the objective, and it was glorious. It was it was definitely a moment I like cheered out loud because it was a hard pull. But that's what like creates those like really good moments with those types of skirmish games, and GW just doesn't have those anymore. That's why like the old Mordheim games and the Necromunda still kind of has it. It's not as good as it was in the back in the day, but it's very power creepy now. And what power creep means is like GW has this way of like whatever their new and improved or whatever their favorite faction that they want to be popular is, they'll make them just a little bit more powerful than everyone else so everyone buys them. And then they nerf them. Then they nerf them on you so you feel like shit and you have to buy other units that are stronger, and that's what's called power creep. And Games Workshop is really bad at it. Um, and this is not a test, doesn't have this style of recruitment, which I like. That I usually like games that everyone recruits their units from the same table, so there's literally no way to power game in ways that other people cannot power game at the same time. Um, so you're more held accountable of how you play rather than what you play. Um, Now, this is not a test. Does have factions with specific units that like people don't have access to, like my raiders and stuff. But they do follow a formula, which like okay, this specialist, he's my up-armed specialist. He's the one who usually can wield the heavy guns. They're very similar in price. They might have access to a little bit of flexible different things, but it feels very similar. Basically, like, I can look in every faction and be like, oh, that's like my dude who's that. And then they'll send like 2 or 3 units that are very flavorful to the army, but even your leaders are almost like carbon copies of each other. They might have certain things that allow like the hanging judge to the peacekeepers unlocks the ability to use sacrificial lamb, but they can't use cyber hounds or cyber dogs like canines. They have to use like actual organic canines. So it's like restrictions and abilities that leaders have. So that's like faction to faction sometimes that happens. But in the end, this is not a test. Does Even though they don't do that, it still feels very fair and like uh, balanced in the way that like a lot of units like blend over and they're just called something else for the flavor of the faction. Like I said, This Is Not a Test is my absolute favorite #1 tabletop. I can't wait to do Let's Plays for like my YouTube channel. I might stream, especially if we do it on Tabletop Simulator. I'll definitely be playing a little bit of that. All right. This is one of the bases that like last stream I had to go back and paint a skull on the base. This guy has a couple of skulls on his base and on his character. God, these eye sockets drive me nuts to get paint in, because it's very easy to like overload and just like pool in paint in the eye sockets, and you don't really want to do that. I still want washes to like pool into there and kind of like do their natural shading, because it's gonna create a really nice like aged skull effect, and like a bleached sun like top, but like very kind of grimy like earth tone colors that like are in the recesses because it was naturally rotted away, kind of like skin and flesh and stuff like that. Ooh, I think my bone color here is like not doing. How's my wet palette? Yeah, I'm still pretty moist. My wet palette could use a little moisture very soon. All right. Yeah, so I got that little skull. It kind of pops right now and looks really bad compared to like the rest of um, the the base. Fuck. But when I throw those shades in and stuff, it'll look better. I promise. I promise you guys. Do I want that brown or do I want to keep that thigh black? I don't know. Let's see. I'm also. Oh, I gotta do more. You know what? I'll do. Oh, I got another skull back there. Mother bitch. He's got a skull like right under that grenade. Alright. Too thin coverage. Get it in all there. Honestly, like, as grimdark as it is and stuff, I honestly feel painting skulls is so painfully boring. Well, DJ, maybe Warhammer isn't for you then. And it's like, yeah, I know. But, like, skulls just, I don't know, I find them boring. So overused. So. Painting them, like, the mechanical part of painting them is very boring to me. Also, because like you're locked into very small palette of what you can do for them color wise. You know, you have the choices of like, do you want like a bleached bone, or do you want like very brown, like ancient, like kind of corroded rot brown in a way. You don't have a lot of options with skulls. Sometimes you can get skulls to be like very dark and blackish. Um, and we're talking about like that's almost like prehistoric levels of bones left out, and like we're talking about like museum kind of. Sorry, I have to get really weird angles for this. I'm so glad shades are going to be doing most of the work here. Oop, I overloaded my brush a little bit. Let's spread that out before it gunks up. But yeah, skulls just, you know, you're very limited to. And this is just me complaining that I really forgot this skull in the back here. I want to move on and start getting this dude really fleshed out with more color. Alright. Also, this is one of those pigment colors that also like kind of, if you have like a dark primer like I do, doesn't have the best coverage, so you kind of have to keep going over it and over it. I may even leave this right now to fully cure or fully dry. I do use that phrase a lot, fully cure, and I don't think it really applies to painting, but I do so many hobbies that require curing. That's just a force of habit. But I may just like leave this for a second, move to another color, then I'll go back with a very, very glazed version of the bone and go over it. I'm still thinking of like this thigh strap. I'm kind of actually leaning going black just because I'm using a lot of browns everywhere. I kind of like the idea of making that strap kind of black. Cool. Ooh, I need to ungunk a lot of my dropper bottles. Oh, I don't have like water in my palette. You know what? While I'm thinking of it, why don't I refill my palette with ever so slight water? Which side do I want? I probably want this side. I kind of try to find what has like the most gap and the least amount of paint in case I overflow, which I always do. I always overflow this because I don't really have a good applicator for water to put into this yet. I gotta invest into a couple of things like those, like water, like those squeeze water bottles. I really need to get conditioner for my sable hair brushes. I still haven't done that, which is almost like a mortal sin, but it is what it is. I have some water here. I don't want to screw that up. All right, now I feel better that my wet palette is a little bit more hydrated. So, funny thing with this knob is I I screwed up the pants on this guy. I had it a much tanner. It was almost like a much more brighter khaki brown. Ooh, did I just screw up what I did too? I might have to mix more of this. Though I do have the color card of what I did for it. And so he kind of got like his pants like have a little bit of a buildup of pigment, which I'm not super happy of. But when I get the satin varnish on it, it'll kind of smoothen it out and make like kind of a new surface for when I do the washes, and I'm hoping that doesn't pick up. Get in between the buckle very, very lightly. Cool. Get in between here. Whew. Alright, I gotta breathe. I'm like so tense. Oh, nice. Oh, you done getting blinded from the sun? Yeah, I'm trying to get through it. I got my I broke up with the sun. I got my rocket launcher dude. If you want to see, to the point. Will you focus? Be nice and focus for me. Yeah, I got my rocket launcher to the point where he'll get a varnish, and then I'll touch up a lot of the mistakes that I did with him. He tied me up because I found a lot of bad habit mistakes that I did that I needed to go back and fix. So yeah, that was that. I'm just looking at certain stuff. I may have to go back on some of my orcs and add a metal heel to their boots, but I'll probably do that off camera. Oh god, this is a shitty angle. This is not a good angle. I'm not happy about this. I'm gonna have to really clean up this dude's pants after this strap. I really did a sloppy job. We'll call that a sloppy pants job. I'm not apologizing. Alright. Thankfully, honestly, the knob is more done than I thought he was gonna be. There's a lot of metallics. I'm trying to see in the box art. There's a lot of metallics I have to do. I have to repair some of the paint there. goes red to white. What am I missing? He has some... Okay, that's interesting. I might have to do gradient shade on his horns. Yeah. He's a lot farther done than I actually thought he would be. Let's get a little... Huh. Yeah, the rocket launchers are kind of weird. Alright, let's get the little red lens in his bionic eye. Cool, cool, cool. It's a good start to his bionic eye. Let's, there's very little I actually have to repair flat acrylics of. There's going to be more metal stuff I need to do. Let's get that kind of... Is Bumble a bot? Oh, where's Bumble? Oh, I banned him. Yeah, he was a bot. Yeah, I had to... I get like 2 or 3 of them a stream. It's kind of wild. Hold on, I gotta get... It's just such weird little edge angles that I have to paint and get under. Stuff people would probably never see. But I think I want to get some of these bolts and nuts and stuff. You know what? I'm gonna leave them because I can get that. I can hit them with Null Oil. Oh, I didn't get that. Oh man. Oh, we can do that in a castle gray. I almost like that better. Ooh, I need to rehydrate that. Alright. I didn't know if I wanted to do this in this handle. He's got like this shotgun on his back. And I'm like, do I want those leather? But I also have a ton of leather kind of around it. So I think the castle gray wrap, even though he has that gray wrapping around his axe as well, I think it's better to be consistent and have a different pop of color rather than just like keep repeating like a color next to it. It's like complementary colors that are relating somewhere else into the model that are also reused for that element instead of like trying to like keep everything brown just because it's easier. It's no, I didn't bring snacks, but I will rehydrate. I tried to buy snacks last night, but Haley yelled at me. But it wasn't for the fact of not having snacks for stream. It was the fact that, like, we haven't ate dinner yet. And she's like, why don't we just make dinner? I'm like, Haley, it's 2 in the morning. She's like, yeah, but we haven't eaten. I'm like, okay. So we made chicken parm wedge. A chicken parm wedge. Or a chicken parm sub. Or whatever you want. Chicken parm sandwich. Which are one of my favorites. They're pretty fire if you never had them. I love chicken parm in general, but when they're on, like, I don't know, so many words from heroes, subs, wedges, hoagies. What's another word for it? What do they call them in New Mexico, Nova? If I don't even know if they're still here, actually. Yeah, he takes a whiff. He's good though. He doesn't beg for food or anything. You know him. Fizzgig is very good. Yeah, but you don't eat it, but you, like, they don't have a name for like a foot long sandwich, like a. I mean, I guess that's fair. If you don't order it, you don't order it. Okay, so this is going to be interesting. This strap here is a different color. And it does relate to that, but there's nothing that goes. So it's just literally pinned to that. That's interesting. What are you doing, Orks? You're drunk. So I may want to experiment with a different color in there. What do I got? I got this brigandine brown. Yeah, that might work. It's very close to the bootstrap brown I have, which is unfortunate actually, but I could do it black, but then it's gonna get lost in his jacket. So this is gonna kind of be like one of those unplanned off colors, which is okay to do. And you shouldn't avoid doing this by any means, but like it's kind of like an annoying placement, an annoying color, an annoying. Yeah, this is a very close to this bootstrap color, which I'm not super thrilled about. So I'm gonna have to remember to manipulate this with the shading. I might do more of like a what will I do the browns in? Because I have like ruddy browns, I have very dark earth tone browns. I'm definitely gonna have to do this one in like a much dark tone, earthy one, where like the rest of the leather might have to be more of a ruddy brown, or like a seraphim sepia. I might do a sepia brown for a wash for the rest of the stuff. So like this will pop as like a much darker leather. And hopefully, my goldfish brain will remember that. Hey, Leos. We are continuing my orcs. Oh man, I'm actually just thinking right now. Did I, I'm hoping I left the door open for Haley. Should be getting home pretty soon. I know last time I went to go be right back to check, I left the door open anyway, so I don't know. Are you making a Skyrim joke? I know you are. It's a rhetorical question. Oh man, yeah, definitely send pics of your kitten. I'm excited to see. That also stays. Those wraps stay black. I don't like that. I might, since I have this color out. We talked about relating colors. I may use this dark brown to paint these wraps that are holding his bracers. That will make me feel better using this darker brown and adding in a new element to this bigger model instead of just those back straps. I think that's a perfect opportunity for that. I do feel that it's a little boring that this color scheme and the box art calls for these black wraps on a black van brace. Very, very boring choice. So, we're going to rectify that. And I think that'll be cool. I think that'll be much more interesting. Especially because I'm already making these goths kind of like more of like an older generation of their paint scheme where like they used a lot more brown leather wraps in their black and gray tones. Ooh, I just kind of screwed up that. Okay. I can probably go back and fix that at a later date. Yeah, I actually feel a hell of a lot better reusing this color. I didn't want it just on that strap. I really did not. And you know what? This is a very desaturated brown, so like it's a step away from black, but it's not getting away from the vibe of like that dark color palette choice. So yeah, that's also kind of cool. Let's see, did I get it all around? There's still a little bit there. Okay, okay, okay. Whoa. What did I hit? Oh, I hit my wire. Let's get back. I need that bootstrap brown. Okay. Put it over here. Even though I have it over there, that kind of, you can kind of see it's getting a little dried out, so I don't want to mess with that. I'm gonna paint most of this horn in that bootstrap brown. These horns are weird. They actually get lighter towards the base on the box art and get darker towards the tip, which is an interesting choice. And I can try it if I don't have a fucking fiber stuck in here. Damn it. Here you go. But I can try that. It's basically just like a reverse gradient of what we were doing to the Squig's teeth on Saturday. It's not that big of a deal. And what's interesting in doing that is the other horn has like this little brass kind of like cap on it. So that'll be because you can like kind of, yeah, you can kind of see that it's like covered. So I'll just get the base color of this in there. So I'll tell you what I'll probably do, because like my time is kind of getting run out and I don't think I'll be able to blacken out. And even if I was able to blacken out the armor and stuff, I may do an impromptu paint paint session either on the weekend or one of these weekdays to actually get him more up, just him more up to snuff with everybody else. So the plan would be for like the weekend or like Sunday I do a varnish, and then next Monday we do like the hue build up. Oh, but what about, fuck, totally forgot about this dude. Alright, so blacking out his stuff wouldn't be too bad. I could probably work on him and him on an impromptu paint day this week, if I can get it done. If I can get an impromptu paint day, I'll do that. Because I would really love next week if you guys can see all the shading on these dudes. Ooh, that was not a good maneuver I did on that. And that's kind of my goal, is to throw shades on next week. It has been a very, very hard and arduous just paint sesh with these guys. Did I do a different red on this guy? I really hope I didn't. That would make me kind of sad. Oh. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Trying to touch up his red armor because I got metal all over it. It was bad. Cool. All right. All right. I can. Whoop, there's a little bit more. Okay. I kind of want to get a little bit more of a red wash or a red. Yeah, I guess like this would be considered a wash more. Like a glaze onto his loincloth. His loincloth is looking a little patchy to me with the red, especially like right there. I'd like to go over it with another pass. Hell yeah. You know what's sad about my impromptu drawing sesh over the weekend? I started all these icons for doing like my emotes and stuff, and some of them were really promising and stuff. I'm not crazy about them. They're very detailed for. I was looking at what other people had for emotes, and I'm like, oh my god, this will never show up as the little emote that I was going for. So I might have to go back to the drawing board quite literally with my emote ideas. Um, for the sake of just getting them done, I may just stick to lunar. Just like 5 lunar emotes. So we will see about that. But yeah, I was like looking at them yesterday and I was like, fuck. Like, as cute as these are, they will not work really well as emotes. So yeah, that was disappointing, but how often do I spend time drawing something and then that just ends up not working? A lot. All the time. More often than not. So for me it's no biggie because that I do that on a constant, but it kind of stinks if people are relying on what I was drawing and then it ended up being, you know, not the case. Oh, that's why. That's so weird. That's a okay. Good to know. I was wondering why that skull looked very unnatural, and this right here is supposed to be like a leather cordage holding it together in between the eyes. So that makes sense. Oh, I gotta get in between here. I hate this. Oh, I just got bone color on the. At least I got bone color on the black part of the boot. I am starting to get hungry though, so once we got like 23 minutes of stream left, so once that happens, I definitely think food time is in order. can convince Haley to go to like Texas Roadhouse with me or something. That'd be sweet. I could use a steak, some protein. Yeah, I like food too. I'll have to see. She hasn't been feeling the greatest tummy-wise lately, so I don't know if she'd be up for it. I do need to hydrate some more, though. Okay. I'm going to move on to metallics with this guy, because it's like what I'm seeing I'm getting hindered on a lot. Right now is like the next step being the being those metallics. That's like a big section. Okay. Oh yeah. So let's go back to our dry palette. Honestly, and I should find it as a success of getting 2 of these models back up to the other 6. No, the other 5. So then I have 7 out of 9 models ready for the varnish phase. Really, I can't knock that. I just was a little. I mean, I think I said it in the beginning of the stream. It might be a little ambitious, thinking I can get getting that burner boy involved. The involved with these 3 guys having. Yeah, it was a little ambitious, especially for how far back my burner boy is. He needs a lot of attention. Yeah, I agree. Texas Roadhouse is kind of. It's kind of sounding really good right now. It's just a little expensive, and I don't know if Haley wants us to spend the money on it. We usually share like I think a 12 ounce ribeye, bone-in ribeye, because they just. Oh my god. Honestly, I like ribeyes way more than like filet mignon. I could take or leave filet mignon, but you get me a good ribeye. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I like get your fancy meat the fuck out of my face. I'd much rather a good ribeye. Even like New York strips, I'm kind of like, take or leave. Ribeyes just hit so different. And it really what it is because you have that bone, and near that bone you have the fat, and with that fat you have the flavor, and with the flavor you have the happy. Sorry, I think I really need my meat. I think I really need to just bite into some red meat. Sorry for any vegetarians out there. It's not that I don't respect you or anything. It's just I need my meat. I find it impressive of what you do. I don't think it's a healthy choice of what you do in the long run. It's not. You guys need like some protein avenues, but like regardless, I don't think what you guys are doing are bad, but me, I need my meat. I need my meat. I could live off of what are the Impossible Burgers? I know a lot of people can't, but I've eaten them, and I'm like, it's different, but it's definitely something I could get used to if I had to. I know a lot of people are like, oh, they're disgusting, but I didn't. Does she? How do you know she wants sushi? She didn't say anything. She's not even in chat. I mean, she actually is in chat, but she's she allows me to pop her thing on the computer. I know it's a little cheating, but she wants to find ways of supporting me when she can't be here. And I think that's very lovely. So we had a talk. She's like, you don't mind that I don't watch the entirety of your streams? I'm like, Haley, I think I've literally already put in 144 hours worth of streaming. I don't expect you. She can barely make it through an hour-long episode of Stranger Things. Sometimes we have to break it up like in 4 sessions. I don't expect her to see every minute of one of my streams. It's like that would be kind of like unrealistic. Oh, this is a weird angle. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Just bear with me. This is a weird angle. Okay. Ooh, I didn't like that. Oh, no doubt. Yeah, I mean, I understand. Like, it's absolutely understandable. I mean, we're going to be ending stream here in like 15 minutes, which is sad. I didn't accomplish my full goals of today, but I got hit with a couple of speed bumps. But I can't knock it. Like, I am knocking like what I'm doing as if like, oh, I'm not doing good. But like, honestly, this is better progress on warbands than I would have ever made. These orcs have been literally sitting in boxes for like months. Um, and you know, I guess I'm too excited that I'm getting closer and closer each session that I'm like completing these. That I kind of like gnawing at the bit. Um, but every time we sit down and have these sessions has been a great productive time. One thing I do want to go back on and pull out my wet palette. There's like cordage around this skull that I realized is a thing, and it is kind of driving me mad. I just want to go back and block it out. So don't mind me just taking a step back and getting this done right here. I'm gonna have to go back and repair the pants, which makes me really upset. I just don't want to mix the color. I have to. When like I said, I'll have an impromptu painting sesh I think this week, just to get my other orcs up to speed where I want them at. Because I would really love to get my other 2 orcs, which are my leader and the burner boy. I really need to get them updated. So Monday, gonna make a goal that I throw on washes for you guys. Or the shades for you guys on next Monday. Hard promise kind of deal, like that's where we're gonna be at. I'm gonna need my evil chrome. I actually see that handle is like more of an evil chrome level. Actually, I kind of would have liked that evil chrome too. Oh, that's not finished. Executive decision. I'm gonna repaint this pole here into that rough iron. Yeah, this is the evil chrome. This is rough iron, and that handle is gonna be a rough iron as well. But let's get some of our evil chrome in here, because there's more things that are in that evil chrome than not. When I giggle like that, it means like I'm so on the precipice of like fucking up. So I'm always like, oh, don't do it. I'm not just being my normal silly self. I'm like, oh, almost fucked up. Almost fucked up. Yeah, this has been a very interesting painting experience. This knob is probably one model out of the batch that I need to go back and repair a lot. I'm kind of, there's a lot of stuff I've painted over, made a lot of mistakes. And that's okay. He's gonna eat some time. I'd rather do it on him than actually the my normal infantry guys, because he is a little bit more important. And he's bigger, and he's kind of just, he is easier to get around, I guess, in that sense, but I'm never happy about screwing. Oh, yep. Hold on. I'll be right back. That is Haley. Alright, sorry about that. Yeah, I did lock the door. Stupid me. Ew, that is not thinned well at all. So, sad news, Haley does not want to go to Texas Roadhouse. She got Thai Golden. Which, I'm like, okay. I only eat really like one kind of thing from Thai food places, and that's like sweet Thai chili wings. Ugh, I screwed up this grenade a little bit. Sorry, I'm a little quiet. It's part concentrating, part my stomach just like rumbling. But we're okay. We're in the home stretch of the stream. It'll be okay. Even if I have to like stop this guy a little early, you know, that's all right. That Rokkit Launcha dude really kind of put a wrench into things. That's been like the theme of the day. It's definitely a wrench in my plans. It's Monday. Boom. Alright. And what is that? I think actually the, his, no, I can do a bronze there, too. Though I kind of don't want to. I kind of want a gold, actually. So, maybe I'll just... Yeah, I was talking about Texas Roadhouse to them earlier. You caught me. Ugh. I actually don't know if... He's got like this back plate that this is on, and I don't know if I also want it brass or like the bronze. Because it is a separate piece of metal. I could just... Oh, just paint it over the strap. I'm almost like delirious. I can't focus as well. I just kind of want to like finish these small elements, but I don't know if I'll be able to. Alright. Yeah, there's still quite a few elements I need to do on this guy, but I'm not sure I can do it in the next I would need like 20 more minutes. And I don't think I have 20 more minutes. Especially because a lot of these brass elements, or I keep calling them brass. This is actually like a bronze. These bronze elements need like at least 2 coats because the coverage on them is terrible. Yeah. Let's see. Let's get. This guy is supposed to be bronze, like a copper. Yeah, I think I just want to get like the first coat of some of these bronze elements, and then I'll call it. Because I need to get some food in me. This gear actually is supposed to be in that bronze too that I'm seeing on the color scheme. So I'll just throw a little bit on there. What else? What else? What else? I think I want this whole back panel here in a bronze too. I just, every time I look at it, I'm like, you need it to be bronze. Hell yeah. I need to get like the inner edges to be copper too. Ugh. I hate that. Because as pitted as these vents there are, you can really see like the inner edges of them, so I can't ignore that. I think the one thing I want to do before stream end is I want to at least throw on this rough iron. There's a couple of elements I still need to do, but I really don't think I can let myself go until I do redo that pipe in the back in rough iron. And this handle right here has to be in rough iron. Just get this, just a quick coat. Ugh, I'm getting off camera because I can't even think straight. There we go. So the one thing that's funny is like I'm not used to 4 hours of doing this. The only time I did 4 hours was once a week on my classes, and that was a back-to-back class, and it was split up into 2 hours of miniature and 2 hours of drawing. So at least it broke it up a lot. Sometimes I would be like so into miniatures that I would be like to my students like, hey, I'm gonna do 4 hours of miniatures instead of drawing. And sometimes vice versa. Sometimes if I was really into drawing art, I'd be like, I'm just gonna draw the entire way through. Um, and I think they also concurred. Sometimes they also did the same thing depending on what they were feeling, and I just wanted to support whatever they were feeling at the time. Um, but yeah, so a lot of these, like, I'm also like kind of relearning and training myself to keep consistent streams into keeping them on topic for like 4 hours, which I'm not struggling with, but I do see the where I'm still getting used to it. Okay, the spot I missed last time is right under the sign there. I gotta make sure I don't miss that this time. Come on. There we go. Now there's just a few more spots of that, just like around here. I'm literally just going to be spending probably 3 more minutes on this. But yeah, it definitely did. Yeah, my thumb always gets really painted up. It's the true sign of a miniature painter. A lot of miniature painters wear gloves and do it on gloves, and yeah, you could. I could not wear gloves like rubber gloves or latex or nylon or my trial gloves for 4 hours. They would turn into water balloons. I would sweat so much. Um, I don't know how some people do it. I would have to like, oh, I guess like if I had like baby powder and like did that, that would be a way. Oh man, there's a whole metal piece that I have missed. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I really like the how all the orc flesh has come out. Like if I could take anything away with any of these orcs, it's like I definitely got the orc flesh to like a very happy spot. Let me just get this edge here. I missed this last time I painted him, and I just the reason I don't want to like just end it and be like I'll get it next time is because I'm probably gonna forget it. Um, I think the only place I want to hit with another bit of lead belcher is those 2 little brackets in the back. I want to change it up. I don't want them all to be kind of the same metals. Yeah, I'm excited to be able to go over and hang out with you tomorrow, Stray. Okay. Wow, what is going on? Oh my god, that scared me. Okay. Okay, before I scream, I think I'll call it there. There's a little pommel there I need to get done. I need to make that little switch. I want to make that red. I need to do a couple of the bolts around that. I think I need to eat. Or should I just or should I just do it now? Chat, what do you think? What should I do? Should I just well, I need to do also some of the stitches here. I'm gonna put this down. I'm gonna call it quits. I literally just need 3 more minutes on this guy. But if I don't eat, I'm gonna pass out, I think. Ugh. Alright, let's show off what I did today for my 2 models. Ugh. And then we'll go into intermission. Ooh. Alright, where's my rocket dude? Here we go. Haha. Here's rocket guy. Got him to the point. I do have to fix that up and the little bit on that rocket that I decided not to do, but he's pretty far along. I'm happy with him. These guys are getting really close to being done, and then, I worked on him some more. Oh, he needs a lot of his his teeth and mouth. So his teeth, mouth, eye, some more metal very few metal bits, and I want to clean up his pants and do his stitching, do the pommel being one of the metal bits, but let's see if it start to so he's pretty far along. But these guys are coming out really, really great. I can't knock them. And they're so close. It's just it's at a frustrating point um where and speaking of his helmet, I got to do the gradient shade in his horns too. So I'll probably do an impromptu. I can't promise when it will be, because then that's just a scheduled thing. It's gonna be like when I find the time, I might just throw on a stream at night. It might even be like really late at night too. It might be like my 11, 12 o'clock at night. I might just spend a couple hours painting, because the thing I need to get this guy up to date really, really. I need to get this guy up to date really bad. I need to work on those scars, make them a little bit more pink. Those scars really got kind of messed up, and I need to blacken out all his stuff, and at the same time start actually giving him some color on the rest. Like his skin, the green skin on him is awesome. The scars don't look very believable to me. Which I have methods. I have ideas of what I want to do. So yeah. Ew, stop unfocusing. This camera has really been fighting me all day. Actually, all my tech has been fighting me all day. I'm gonna be telling Haley all about my crazy morning. Um, but yeah. Let's go to intermission. We got through another great painting stream session today, boys and girls and fellas and theys and thems. I'm really happy with how my orc warband is coming. I'm putting them all in front of me so I can get giddy like a little child at Christmas. Because every step, like, honestly, the streams are what are, like, making big steps. I was looking back at Saturday's stream of the painting just to see where I was at with the painting. I was like, oh man, that squig was really far behind. Oh man, that was really far behind. So, like, that's what I love is, like, I'm using my own streams as like my steps of progression, because sometimes, like, when I paint my miniatures, I don't take as many pictures as I probably should. um I also got to get on my social medias and start posting updating posts and stuff, but I've been seeing like huge jumps, and it's like, wow, this is really putting in a 4 hour block here, 4 hour block there, 4 hour block. And now here I am, like, I want to say, like, I'm 80% through an entire warband. So, really cool, really exciting stuff. And it's a milestone because I really need to start finishing, like, my Necromunda gangs, my warbands. I just put them together, and they've just been sitting gray for, like, the longest time. So the whole point of this is I want to start filling up my display cabinets to when I have my friends over, they're not just looking like, oh, look at your stupid gray models in the hundreds. Why are you even displaying them? Now they'll be like, oh wow, did you paint these? Yeah, I painted them. You want to see? I got my shit on Twitch and YouTube, you know? So it's cool. Even, like, looking at them how they are now, like, all with the synchronized bases and stuff, I'm just like, it's cool. I'm really digging it. So thank you guys for joining me today. Obviously I'm very happy, even though today was oh, today was rough. Actually, it was a rough Monday. um yeah, look out for that impromptu paint session. I might put out announcements on some of the channels. Digital drawing on Wednesdays still planned. And definitely free gaming Friday. I guess Gungstar came up with that one. I might, I still plan on doing that. I really liked doing 7 days, so I might make that more regular than I thought, especially because it's going well. Like, a lot of people tune in, so all right. I mean, a lot of people. I mean, like, for what I get up into the teens, so, like, I think that's cool. Um, but yeah. Um, what was I gonna say? I'm just gonna repeat myself, I guess, with the thank yous, and hope you guys enjoyed it. Reach out to me with whatever you guys were working on. Um, and I will see you guys next time. Thank you guys. I keep saying thank you. I'm tired, but I'm also thankful. Yeah. Bye, guys.